Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order. The agenda, is there any additions or deletions? Michelle?
Yes, I would like to have a few minutes enclosed at the end, please and thank you.
Okay. What for?
I just need some clarification on something, and it has nothing to do with staff.
Okay. I guess we'll find out in close what that is.
It's a secret.
Anything else? Since Michelle added that, she's moving it with the addition. Vote. Okay, that's carried. Minutes from last meeting. Everybody read them? Keith is moving them. Any questions on them? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. 4.1. Charlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegation requests. There has been a delegation request from STARS. They would like to come to council, and in the delegation request on page 8, the topic of discussion would be STARS critical care, insight into emergency link center, dispatch and coordination, and STARS transport. The desired outcome is that Cypress County to join over 90% of Alberta municipalities support robust health, and they have requested this for your consideration.
Thank you. Ooh. Okay.
I'll speak very frankly. We support HALO in this.
I need a motion.
Okay. I'll move to deny it.
Okay.
And my reasoning for it is we support HALO Air Ambulance in a very dire function in this municipality. We rely on them and we provide them with a large amount of financial support. We've asked the Alberta government numerous times to take and recognize them in the same forum as they do STARS. And currently that hasn't happened, other than the bit of funding that they have pushed down to them as of recently. But the municipalities and everyone else is still supporting them for the other 2/3. Including the 1/3 from the county and their 1/3 from the support and the 1/3 from the government. So in my opinion, we should continue with our support on HALO, and we do not need to be funding STARS in Southern Alberta.
Okay, Shane and then Robin.
Actually, I wouldn't mind if they come and talk to us, and then we could give them our point of view. And I just think it doesn't hurt to hear. I know we support HALO. HALO is a big part. I'm a big supporter of HALO. But I wouldn't mind hearing what they have to say and just to reconfirm with them that how important HALO is to us in this area, and that maybe working together. And that would be coming from a council.
Robin?
Yeah, I agree. For a couple things, I think that it's not a foregone conclusion that to have them here means that we're going to support them financially. I think that every one of us can say that the work that STARS does in their communities is great. Air ambulance services are required, whether it be HALO, or STARS. I see the opportunity to, hear what they have to say. But I think that there's some opportunities for HALO moving forward that actually requires a little bit more cooperation with STARS anyways. We've talked a lot about southwestern Saskatchewan, for example, and reach into that, and Saskatchewan's managed completely. All their dispatch is based on STARS. And so I think that this could be a great opportunity for us to learn a little bit about how they operate, as well as communicating some of our concerns, because I know, having talked to some of our fire service guys that have done work on the other side of the border. It's tricky to extricate with Halo over the provincial boundary. And so maybe we can have some conversations and listen to one another and have some positive dialogue. I wouldn't mind having them come here. I do agree with you, Dustin, that we are definitely in Halo country, and but we can bring that forward in a positive way, I think.
Lloyd?
Okay. Got a little late. Yeah, I agree. I would like to hear what they have to say, because I think they're going to have some good information for us, but, and I do agree, Halo is number one here. But I would just like to hear what they have to say. If it's useful, fine. If not, we don't have to support them. That will be after the meeting.
Dustin?
Okay, no, I'm going to change my motion to allow them to come. I just figured we could maybe show some very hard points of our feelings on where we currently stand, and what we're thinking with the support of the government that way. But if you guys want to hear them, I'm fine with it. And, you know, constructive conversation is always good as well. So I'll change the motion to allow the delegation.
You don't have to change your motion.
No, I'm good with changing it, it's fine.
Anybody else? Richard?
Just a point, Robin, or sorry, through the chair. It's not how Halo can work with Stars, it's how Stars can work with Halo, because we are here, Halo is down here. So it's you know, it's a small thing, but we're on the same level. Maybe we don't have as much stuff or equipment and stuff, but it's how we can work together. But I don't want them thinking, I don't want the thought out there that we're second. We're not. Yeah, that might not be the right word, but you know what I mean? Thank you.
So, Blaine?
Yeah, to the chair, you know, I've thought about this in both deliberations back and forth, whether we have them or not have them. I guess I do agree that maybe it's not a bad thing to have them sit here, explain their program, explain, you know, what they do, and maybe we can have that conversation with them, how they support or will they support Halo, because this is we've put all our efforts into, you know, making that Halo work. This isn't a delegation coming in, as far as I can tell, asking for money, as long as people understand that. And if this is about communication, and yes, I'll be okay with that.
Okay. I just wonder if Halo's been contacted that they're coming down, and like we're all saying it should be communication between the two. Has Halo been contacted at all, or are they just coming in, sneaking under the wire and not letting Halo even know that they've asked for the delegation? That would, well, everybody's saying that we should listen to them and it should be above board and work together, but if they're coming in behind the back door of Halo, that's not really working together, that's kind of undermining them. So it's, Shane?
Yeah, I agree, but let's not get picky. I'm going to speak from experience. When your loved one, when that chopper lands and it's got 3 doctors on it, when it lands in a remote hospital parking lot to look after your grandson, I don't care who it is, they're coming in. Does Halo, when they're bringing that medical team from Calgary, they could be landing in Bow Island. So let's not just, Halo has its purpose and they're really good, but in unique situations, Stars is also there. And I really would like to hear what they have to say. It's not that we're saying one way or the other, it's just, I'd like to hear. Because they do offer unique, different services too.
Any other conversation? Everybody spoke? Okay, the motion on the table is for the delegation to come in for stars. Vote. That's carried. 6.1, Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you on page 36 is the Council Strategic Plan Review. It has some background information there as well about the process, and the strat plan is there for your consideration and Council's review.
No, that's coming at 1. Okay. Somebody want to put this on the floor for discussion? Richard?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to accept it the way it is. I read it over again on the weekend. I'm happy with what I'm seeing.
Any other questions or comments? Robin?
So I do, if we're talking strat plan, I would like to have some conversation about on the regional leadership side of things. Earlier in the spring when we made the decision to not support my continuing on with FCM, it was communicated that no, it's not about advocacy, it's about working with our MPs. And then when our MP, and we have opportunities to collaborate and work together, we choose not to. So are we looking for advocacy? Are we looking to build relationships? What does regional leadership look like when it comes down to the federal government, the provincial government? I'm curious to hear some of your comments.
Any comments? Not seeing any comments? Not seeing any. Michelle?
Well, I do think regional is important and that we should be doing it. The thing with Glenn, I don't think it was something that I didn't think was good for all of us. Like that's to me is something that should be done with the leaderships, right? Not all of us. But other than that, I agree that we should be working with Red Cliff and Medicine Hat as a region in some way, shape, or form.
Anybody else? Keith and then Richard.
To the chair. My question is, if we're focusing on regional, why do we have the provincial government and federal government as part of that? And what can we, if we're not going to work with them on a level where they've invited us to work with them, then I don't think we're really fulfilling this part of our mission. I mean, I guess I have a bit of a problem with the fact that we turned our MP down on an opportunity to work with him. I work on the provincial government in other areas, and because I think it's important that we work with those levels of government. Because if we don't, then what we do on the local level really isn't going to go very far. So to me, that's, I sit here and I'm going, I think we need to be involved every opportunity we can, as much as we can, in our federal and our provincial government,
because that's really a lot of times where the funding comes from and where an overall direction comes that will influence the local level. Just some of my thoughts.
Richard?
Yeah, I'm like Dustin. I'm struggling a little bit to form my words here, but the invite that we had from MP Motts was to participate in a forum, and I understand how there was some good parts about it, but the other part was we're municipal. We're not provincial. We're not federal. We do have Glenn come in and tell us what's happening, and he asks us what we need, and so there's good communication there, right? But do we have such open arms if it was a different party that was in the federal government? You know what I mean? I think I'd like to try and stay out of that participating in those kind of town halls and only do it on our level. That's why I had voted against participating in that part. Provincial, federal, yes, we're a big part of it, and you can see when we were in Edmonton, we participated, we met with members, but that was a little bit different. It's a different level, right? So I feel we do participate with the other governments, but I just want to see it balanced.
Blaine?
Yeah, to the chair. I guess that's my comment kind of as well. I mean, as far as, are we talking about regional leadership as getting involved in the political end of it, or is it talking about collaboration when it comes to projects that the municipality is involved with? And I think that is something that we are elected to be doing, is for the community, not getting into political battering or leadership roles. So that, I'm good with the way it sits, and I mean, we've worked with, you know, all levels of the government, provincially, federal, when it comes to different, you know, highway projects, and we're continuing to do that with, whether it's water projects, which, you know, growth and development. So I'm good with the whole strategic plan.
Michelle?
Through the chair, I forgot to say that last time, sorry.
You don't have to say through the chair.
Well, you asked to staff, that's what I thought, okay.
You don't have to say it through the chair.
Okay, my point is, or what I was going to say is, I think that regional, that was my assumption of this, is that if we work together as a region, we have more clout when it comes to provincial or federal government. But I don't think that we are supposed to be involved in the political side of things.
Anybody else? Dustin, did you put? Well, you get last spot, that's why. Everybody else gets a chance to speak first, so. Dustin, did you get your words together, or? Okay. Lloyd, do you have anything? I'll just add that not everything that comes down the chute we're going to be working with, but we're still looking at everything that comes our way with the feds and that. So some things fit what we want to do, some things don't fit. So we're still open-minded on everything, but just not everything works. Okay. You got it? Okay.
So I believe we should take every opportunity that comes by our hand to take and actually have engagement with our MPs or our MLAs, or any function that we get invited to take and learn, or I guess advance our knowledge on how something operates. So I'll bring up when we were in Edmonton and we went to the legislature. You know, I've been to the federal legislature. I sat through question period many years ago in the provincial legislature, but I was too young to really remember it. And it was one of those things where, you know, it wasn't it was exactly what I expected. It was like a bunch of chickens arguing back and forth across the floor, which is fine. But I also, you get to see how your provincial counterparts operate, and then you strive to never be like that, I suppose. But it's fine. It's fine and dandy to do that. It's just it's unfortunate when not everybody goes and learns together. But that's a different story. I think we shouldn't pass off opportunities without sincerely looking at them. I understand where people are coming from with Glenn's forum. That's it would have been great, but it could have been bad all at the same time. I believe we need to be working much harder with our counterparts and trying to make sure we're all on the same playing field. And I learned some things, and so as you guys know, when I got put onto this Ag Service Provincial Committee, I got when we were up at Edmonton, I got to go and I got to meet with the Ag Minister with the rest of that committee, and you know, that was an experience that I've never really had, to take and sit with a minister and actually have open dialogue conversation about all sorts of different things, and stuff that wasn't even on the agenda, where we were talking about some of this emergency livestock funding that came through, and I got to learn how it actually gets passed on down from the federal government, and I'd love to actually meet with the federal government to see what their perspective is, why they look at it from that angle, because now it's really got me thinking, and it's really opening up the dialogue for me on how we can take and do things differently to take and push it towards provincially and federally to make it that it's more appealing and things don't get overlooked. Because in that program, for one definition, it took and things got overlooked a little bit just because of misinformation, because there wasn't the dialogue. So it's amazing how my eyes got opened in like an hour to like, my God, we can do such a better job of what we're doing just by actually pushing that information forward and having that dialogue.
Shane?
Yeah, I'm good with the way this reads, because I can remember sitting on this side of the horseshoe where our MP has sat over there, talked to us, asked us questions, our concerns. Our MLA just recently sat over there in the middle, asked us the same thing. So we are having our dialogue with our with our provincial and federal governments. They've been here asking us what our concerns are, so I'm good with it. Municipal neighbors, we've been talking to them. We even went out for some lunches with them. So I think it's good, the way it stands, and I think we're following our plan.
Robin?
I need to go back to Michelle's comment was about we don't need to get into the political side of things. I agree with you that I don't think that regional leadership and advocacy is about choosing sides. I've sat down in meetings with Rachel Notley, with Jason Kenney, and discussed agriculture and ag opportunities and value added. I've sat down with Minister LeBlanc, with Prime Minister Trudeau, with Jagmeet Singh, with Melissa Lantsman, and we do not discuss political partisanship. You discuss advancing the needs of rural, and you advance the needs that are within your area. And Dustin, like you alluded to, when you sit on some of these different boards and committees and you meet with the ministers, not only do you have the conversation of the day, but you develop that relationship and you gain access, because when all of a sudden you need to have another conversation with Minister Sigerson, you have the ability to pick up a phone and reach out and talk to him. And I think that what we're describing right now in regional leadership and by listing federal and provincial, having them come and sit in front of us and ask us questions is not us leading. That's called like regional answership. They're the ones that are leading at that point. We're just giving them answers to their own questions. You know, Michelle, you've been on FCSS, you're a director. Do you provide leadership by answering questions to other people, or do you actually provide leadership by helping to motivate and inspire and learn more and actually leave the chair in a better position than when you found it? You want to build, you want to be able to bring things back that can inspire your community and make things better. That's leadership. And so I understand why we have differing angles right now, because when we sat down and created this in the first place, everybody was quite happy with the fact that I was on FCM. And advocacy was a big part of what we did. It was a big part of what we did. Now I'm not on FCM, and it's important that we don't say that advocacy is important, because then it would make our decision look bad. So I'm saying if this is called, we're talking about our strat plan here. If you call this leadership on a federal and provincial by asking questions or answering questions asked by those who are willing to come out and ask them and do the town halls and be the leaders, I would make the motion that we take the provincial and federal off of the regional leadership side. If
Is that your motion then?
the motion was made to start the conversation. I'm actually just making a statement.
Okay, are you going to make a motion here then?
No, I'm still having a conversation. I'm trying to inspire some dialogue right now. And because I'd like some clarity, because if we still want to be seeing this as the regional leadership, then let's put it back on the table that we allow our elected officials to lead and to, we're supporting Dustin to do what he's doing. If he has the ability to go and advocate federally with that position, are we going to squash it? Or are we going to say that's Glenn's job? So I'm looking for clarity on that. Richard?
Little history on why I'm gun shy in the participation of a federal forum or open house. Immediately after the government changed and Alberta got a different party, the Reeve and I were in a meeting with a couple of the ministers, the new ministers for Alberta, and when we were up in Edmonton. We got jumped on really hard because that minister felt that we had supported the government at the time, and we had supported them too strongly, and why should they help us, our municipality, because we were showing, I don't know what other word to use, is support. And my reply to that minister was, it doesn't matter who I vote for personally. When I sit in on this council, whoever the government is in charge at the time, it sounds dumb, but that's who I'm going to hug because they have the checkbook, and that's who we're going to work with, right? And so I support, I feel we have a good dialogue. We want to get something done. We ask our MLA, we ask who's ever in charge. I just don't want to be, I don't want it looking that I'm sitting on that side of that party, okay? I feel as council that we have to be impartial on that part of it. And the other part, Robin, is, FCM, it probably does a world of good, but I saw nothing tangible that I could see and feel like as a result of what was going on down there, okay? And maybe I didn't see the big picture, but we talk about we want to see results. We want to see, okay, well, what did we get out of that meeting? What did we get out of this? And so I'm not seeing that. But
Dustin?
I'll agree with you, Richard, that we should never get involved in party politics, because that's not our place to actually do that, and it really is irrelevant who we support in the grand scheme of things. And whether the sitting in Alberta, the sitting party's NDP, whether it's the PCs, whether it's the Liberals, it is highly irrelevant who it is. We have to work with those ministers and everything to take and do it. But on the other hand, we actually have to do that regardless, and we can't let them bully us into saying that we supported them. We have to say, we're the hand that gets fed, and we have to take and rattle the tree at whoever's got the falling fruit. And that's Well, it's true. It doesn't matter. It's whoever, when you say who's got the checkbook, yeah, damn right, it's who has the checkbook. And if, whether that, when the NDP was in, we had to sit and we had to work with those ministers. Otherwise, we didn't, it doesn't matter who our sitting MLA is. We have to take and do that. But the thing is even when right now we're in with the PCs are in power, we have to actually still work with them and figure it out. Even though our MLAs are there, we have to work with the other MLAs. We have to take and, advocate for this region of the province, because we still are the forgotten corner, regardless of if the premier's from here or is our sitting MLA or not. It's important that we still take and engage and keep going.
Any other comments? Robin?
Richard, you were talking about whether or not there was anything tangible that was coming back, and the one thing that's kind of haunted me a little bit the last few months, as we've talked about the horsefly spillway and the funding, we had a delegation coming in, and we specifically talk about, man, if we could only find more funding, who would we go to? What you don't realize is that I had regular meetings with the federal minister of infrastructure probably 3 times a year. And we were working on funding models that would allow for funding water and wastewater projects and trying to find new ways to fund irrigation and water security for ag and food security. If that doesn't equate to value, I don't know what your definition of tangible needs to be. If that's, it needs an actual check in hand, or having the ability to make a phone call and have some conversation, because I've seen people lobby in Ottawa for projects and for funding, and it is about accessing the people who have the decision-making power. And so if I want to be on the record that if we're approving this as it stands, I am actively believing that council's interpretation of regional leadership in provincial and federal is us taking a leadership position and leading within our region and doing everything provincially and federally that we can without relying on the party politics. Because the argument that you could make provincially is different than the argument that a member of the opposition in your riding could make to the sitting government. And that's the good part about being an elected official in a municipal government. The nonpartisanship should give you a different standard of respect, because you're not coming in as an opponent at step 1. You're coming in as a willing partner at step 1.
Any more comment? Not seeing any, so who made the motion? To receive as is.
What did I say? Receive as less.
The motion was to accept and move no action. Accept as is.
Any, Dustin?
Before we close this, I wouldn't mind talking about growth and development for a little bit. I think maybe a few of our values in that have changed slightly since we did this. Is that something we want to amend before we bring it forward? So I'll just focus on residential development for starters. When we were talking about that, we were looking at a lot. It was a different world at that point in time, I'll say. So attainable home ownership should still be a priority. Are we still looking at developing a mobile home park? Should we actually take and remove that from there? Because that's something that kind of we thought about, but then our values have changed on it slightly. Do we want to remove that? The work from home opportunities, it's still a thing to retain on, but is it a big value of ours now that it's not such a necessity? Quality of life, should that be moved up higher than what it is on the list? Things like that. So just for conversation, high-speed internet, is that something we're still focusing on as something that we need to work on as a council, or is that something that we just remove off of that list? So just for discussion.
Go ahead.
Well, to answer that, I think, Dustin, I mean, I think it's, maybe wish list isn't the right word, but maybe it's something that we've talked about, that we're still thinking about. Now, maybe you gotta put things in priority, and we're working on that with, you know, the raw water, we're still there in conversation with it, the sewer we've been doing. Maybe some of those other things will be more attainable in a year or two, so I don't see any particular reason of taking them off. I mean, it's no different than any other plan you come up with. Not always do you get them all completed.
Robin?
One thing with the growth and development is, I think it would be wise for us to tie in both federal parties right now, specifically, and the NDP as well, but federal Liberals and Conservatives are having a lot of conversation tying infrastructure spending to growth. And it's a part of the housing crisis, it's a part of the housing affordability file. I know that Polyev recently made the statement that unless a municipality has a 15% growth expectation, that they will not qualify for certain funding. That's a significant thing. So we might want to become a little bit more specific in our growth and development in creating a plan to achieve certain growth targets. I know we've talked about this through ICF, you know, for the last couple of years, saying, well, where do we want to go? Where do we want to grow to? Some of this our hands might be forced a bit, because it's not, I've heard the Prime Minister address it, and I've heard the leader of the opposition party who's leading in the polls address the same thing, same language, which is that infrastructure spending will be tied to housing development and growth. And so we have to find a way, if we're hoping to access federal dollars, to address that.
Anybody else? Shane?
Yeah, I've heard the same thing there and been following that. You know, what they're talking about housing, where they're gonna put billions of dollars in to infrastructure. But also, and it comes with, you know, jobs. We need, you know, create, everything comes hand in hand. And I think, you know, the development of a mobile home park, I mean, that's still a thought. We don't have to just say urban. Could be, you know, another community or whatever, or some place, Desert Bloom. Just kidding, everybody. But, no, and Robin is right. They've been talking about it, and that's the way they're gonna go. Housing is becoming a big issue, and with housing comes workers, and maybe we need a battery plant.
Yeah, it's good that you put it on the floor, Dustin, but it is a 10-year plan, so we're only 1 year into it. Things change, things may come back and go forward and come off.
Yeah. And really, I didn't bring it up to make change in it. I'm bringing it up so we actually have that conversation and keep it in our heads, because having this document is one thing, but we should actually take when we're reviewing it, this is what we should be doing. So then we actually have that conversation and see where our heads are at and see where we're moving forward with it. So, and we have different opinions on it, like Shane's saying it, but we should have that conversation, because it gives us a direction forward and it gives us things to think about. Yep. So, and I guess while I'm talking too, I'll take access to markets. Yeah, the provincial government's big thing right now is this Highway 3 agri-food corridor. Is that something that we should be focused on as a council? Because it runs directly through our municipality. Should we be adding that as one of our goals in there?
Keith?
Yeah, I was just going to go back to growth and development. The high-speed internet thing. It seems like we've kind of put that on the back shelf. Do you want to keep it on there, or do we want to just let it go? I mean, we're probably not going to focus much attention on that. But if you're going to, unless you just leave it there for now and go from here.
Well, I think that's back to the statement I said, this is a 10-year plan. It could come back in 6 months from now, somebody could bring something forward. Dustin?
So while we were in Edmonton, I actually had a conversation with the people from Velo over some things, and they have an opportunity that they want to bring forward to us. So they're going to take and make contact with us here in the future. So it's worth leaving on there.
Yeah, there is a couple of things that are coming down the pipe, just they can't be spoken about right now. Robin?
I know Sturgeon County does a really good job on going out and looking when we talk about attracting businesses and economic development and bringing in and expanding markets. Like their council, they travel down to Texas, and they talk about carbon capture, and they talk about oil and gas development, and they actively go out and they push for exactly what we're talking about here. If we want to open up markets in our area, I know when we had the seed cleaning conversation, there was a conversation I had with Brian Bruin and with regards to the seed cleaning plants out in the Grassy Lake area, and the conversation that I remember what I brought back from it was that the hemp seed and the cleaning of the hemp seed was what was fruitful, and it was what was valuable for the seed cleaning plant, but it also gives the farmers and the ranchers the ability to do different crops. And so if we want to be looking at opening up new markets, that doesn't happen by just sitting there and then saying, well, what's the province going to do? Like, how can we get involved? If we want to be proactive on it, let's make a plan and do something with it. Let's do a trade mission and go and try to bring in a potato plant. I don't know, something like that. Like actually make a plan and do something with it.
Well, the number one key for that one is water. We're working on that because we can't bring any plants here right now until we get more water. What we have from the city is what we're going to get, and that's it. So there's lots of steps to go before we can get to that. But I can tell you, in conversations with people, steps are going forward. So it's not moving as fast as what everybody wants it to, but I do believe that steps are moving, and it's going to come forward here quite soon. Any other questions or comments on it?
Before we walked over it a little bit, but do we want to add the agri-food corridor into our access to markets?
Yes.
So access to markets, the very last thing, we're, like I say, so I'll repeat myself, the provincial government's really pushing the Highway 3 agri-food corridor and the twinning and bringing that value-added ag industry down. So we've got the value-added ag industry in there, but do we want to actually put that agri-food corridor in there as a focus of this council's? Because I believe as it'll be a main transportation hub running through our municipality that probably should be in there.
Michelle?
I agree that it should be in there. Just talking to people, everybody, it's on the tips of everybody's tongue, right? So it's what the community, what the ratepayers want. So I think that it should reflect that in the strategic plan.
I don't know.
I would make a motion that we add it.
Well, that would have to be a friendly, or a motion that would be voted on before this one.
Yep.
Richard?
I don't think I have an issue with it. I look at what we have there as far as infrastructure. So infrastructure is water, it's highways, it's a whole bunch of different things. If you just want to be a little bit more specific on it. But, I mean, I've attended a couple of meetings with Tara Lynn and Tabor talking about trying to get more water here, which, as Dan said, goes hand in hand with the ag food corridor. Those are ongoing conversations that are happening. we have to watch the costs. We have to control those, as far as that. The highway, yes, that's part of the government, part of it, but anything that is gonna get water down to us is gonna be costing us some money, so, definitely, it's out there. It's just that some of the stuff that I happen to know the Reeve is working on it's gotta be just worked on now, and then he'll do his presentation when he's ready, after more things are nailed down. Yeah, I have no problem adding that to it, because it is important, and I think it's gonna happen. We are working closely with provincial government on that, to get that food corridor going. I did have a meeting with MLA Grant Hunter, and we met with the city, and wow, he understands what we have here, and some of the possibilities, right? Unfortunately, everything takes a lot of money. And also, when I jump back to the internet part of it, when we were in Edmonton, Dan and I were walking around in the trade show, we did end up having a conversation with that company that did the presentation for us. And they were busy working in another place, she said, and Dan said, when that cost comes down, we could take another look at it, but right now it's higher than what we want to spend. So we're not turning our back on internet or any stuff like that, but there's so many things happening every day, and so I think we just need to wait till that's threshed out a bit.
Carolyn?
Mr. Chairman, so a suggestion could be for wording is participation in the premier food corridor.
Shane?
Yeah, just FYI, Leadcore has been awarded the piece from Tabor to Burdette, and they're gonna start in the spring. Some stuff may be going this winter, moving lines and power poles and bridge, but Leadcore has been awarded it.
Yeah, I seen that the other day. Dustin?
Yeah, and I think a bullet point under value added and agri-industry is probably where that should be. We're oddly specific on other things, so that we could be oddly specific on a bullet point as a subsidiary to value added ag. Because I think that's kind of value added, and agri-industry is kind of where that food corridor is going to fall underneath. I guess another thing, I was going to bring this up in my report, but this is as good a time as any to talk about it. So under the college partnerships for ag and programming, the Ag Service Board recently just put a letter of support forward for Nicole Neubauer. She's looking at, or going after some funding for doing, I would almost say a work on farm. So now I'm having a thought process. It was either $13 or $15 million, $13 million of funding that was available federally that for doing off the ball college course sort of things, and working with and it's anywhere from junior high up to college. So she's currently in the process of going after this grant to seek this working farm, and she's thinking a quarter of irrigation somewhere around Medicine Hat, that we can have sort of a work on farm sort of schooling like Olds College does. So that's a huge thing for our area if she actually does manage to secure that funding, and I just figured it'd be a good time to bring it up since we were talking about it anyways.
Okay, so we have a friendly amendment to it stating participation in the food corridor. Any questions on it? Vote. Okay, that is carried. Operating budget, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll get into the operating budget.
Mr. Chair, we just voted on the amendment, right?
No, we voted on, it was a friendly amendment, so we voted on the 5 minutes. Everybody's back. I'll call the meeting back to order. We are at 6.2. Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the 2024 draft operating budget. It has been handed out to council. Last year, we changed how the budget document was presented. I believe that council was very pleased with that document, and so we've continued on with that theme. So if you're cool with it, if you would like to see some changes, just please let us know. And yeah, so we will start. Is there any questions before we get moving?
Not seeing any.
Okay. So we'll start. So this is we have a new cover page from last year. So this is what we got this year. It's absolutely beautiful, and I think it shows the importance of agriculture in our community and in our region. So page 2 is the table of contents, and 3. Then we move to page 4, and it's the forward. And to follow that is council's strat plan. Okay. And then on 8 is county council. And 9 is the message from our reef. And then on 10 and 11 is a message from the CAO and also to the function of the CAO. It has the best picture in there with the curling rock. Oh, me. Well, that too. That's without saying. Oh, shoot. So yeah, so then from there, so is there any questions on that? And then also too, so the presentation will happen today, and then you guys will take it back and digest it and look at it, and then it'll be brought back with to the next council meeting with any amendments you may have. Okay? And then on page 12 and 13 is the org chart. We've made some changes in the org chart, not with positions, but with identifying, like for example, in gray, we identify contracted services that we have. And also too, we've changed, so accounting technician under corporate services, it used to be called ERP, which I don't know where that name came from, but the position is an accounting technician. Okay. So page 14 talks about the budget preparation. So it's something that happens 365. We're continuously evaluating, evolving, changing, and looking forward to the next year, and honestly, the next 10 years. Okay, so it talks about, so we do an annual analysis. We talk about the Municipal Government Act and regulatory changes that occur that we need to pivot and evolve and evaluate. Okay. And then on 16 and 17 is the executive summary. So in there, it talks about critical services that the municipality provides for our ratepayers and residents. It also talks about grants like, so we used to have MSI, now we have local government fiscal framework. We talk about asset management. That's important for sustainability and viability of municipalities. We talk in there about various plans that we have, statutory, non-statutory, and guiding documents. And also too, we talk about the TIP program. So that's important because what it does is it ensures that that people have the ability to pay their taxes monthly. And I know for someone who participates in that program, I really appreciate it. It's a lot, all of a sudden, you know, because we used to do the taxes were due in November, we changed them to the end of June, and it's all of a sudden, when you have to owe so much money, you know how life goes. It's like, oh my goodness, that's due now, right? So it's a very important, and then we've had a tremendous uptake on that program in the past couple of years. Okay. So the budget summary, our Director of Corporate Services and our Finance Supervisor are going to lead on that discussion.
Through the chair, thanks, Terlin. So taking a look at our budget summary, from the revenue perspective, good news story. Revenues of about $45 million, and we could call that 40 as we see equipment rental. It's not truly that money coming in, but it's a reflective of what's happening, the use of that equipment. On the expense side, we're recognizing about $36 million of expense. So that leaves us at the very bottom line about $6 million of net revenue for the year. So good news story. We're in the we reached our 20th percentile methodology this year, if those tax rates are approved, and those will come back in April. I should back up just a step. This document's a three-part document, as Terrelyn had mentioned. There's the strategic plan. We're talking operating budget right now, and appended to the back is the capital, so the longer-term purchases of capital. Administration is very thankful for the methodology given to administration in developing those budgets and where we're going to go with tax rates. It was very clear direction, and we were able to just go along with that plan, and it went very well. So it was a 5-year plan that council had developed, and we were managed to reach that in 4 years by some good strategy and maneuvering around tax rates to have the least amount of disruption, but also achieving council's vision at the 20th percentile. So all in all, good news story on the revenue side. Paul, did you want to talk about some details? Also, we were anticipating giving the condensed presentation if everybody's okay with that, but as questions come up, we'll just roll with them and take this where council sees it going.
So if I could, through the chair, yeah, just a few things regarding some of the other line items and so on. Special user fees and goods. Those are your water, sewer revenues, your solid waste revenues, and anything that we rentals with regard to ag equipment. The special levies line is basically based on our local improvements. Government transfers, most of the majority of that number is ag service grants and family service grants for that line item. Penalties, those are late fees, not paying your taxes on time, not paying your utilities on time, that kind of thing. And then investment income, we project it's going to be roughly around 2 million. We're on track for 2 million, a little over 2 million this year. We expect to be on track about 2 million next year. We've probably be a little conservative with respect to that line because of different potential changes in interest rates in 2024. Yeah, and then equipment rental, that's basically our internal rental of equipment. So for example, if we take a grader, we go out and we clear a road, that is charged to the department, and then the offsetting revenue is seen in fleet. So if you look at the fleet budget, you'll see a revenue line item. For the most part, no money's exchanged for the most part. It's just an in and an out. So, and then other revenue is things like offsite levies, and we have an interest on loan, and that's it on the revenue side.
And same thing, we've also touched on the expense summary, but just keep that from the revenue side, keep that 6 million in mind. We'll talk about that in the reserves when we a page upcoming. So I think we got this one in the back pocket, but in the expense summary, there's an other category, and that's that internal equipment rental that you'll see showing up there. So any other details on the expense side, Paul?
Yeah, so regards to, through the chair, regards to salaries, the 2023 COLA was 5.8%. The 2024 cost of living adjustment is 4.45%. And the difference between the
between the salaries from 2023 to 2024 is approximately $400,000. Part of that is, obviously, that includes all our benefits too as well. So that's one thing that would like to identify. Contract and general services, is an increase this year. Most of that's due to road and bridge preservation. And so we wanted to highlight that. The other thing we want to highlight is purchases from other government. There's a $300,000 or approximately $300,000 increase in the police costing model, which is rather significant given what we've paid in 2023.
So on that one, does that take us to the max that we were supposed to be at? Or are we gonna have another one next year? One more?
I hope so, but we have been made aware that this runs to 2025, and then in 2025 there potentially will be an increase. Don't know what that increase is, but it's related to the new contract the RCMP will probably get after, because right now they're I can't remember when it exactly expires, but they actually are in negotiation for the next 5-year contract because they had gone so far down the road for the first 5-year contract.
Yeah, just to put that how I see it is there should be one more coming. They're right in the middle of negotiations. So where that lands, it's kind of that moving target right now. That's why we're a little bit short on all the answers for you. So if it resulted in a 15% increase on this new 5-year contract, we would probably see that flow through for a 15% increase. Okay, so on to any other questions there, Mr. Chair? So moving on to now page 22. This is our reserve fund study. So this is our long-term money. These are the buckets that we've determined, that council's determined is appropriate for future funding. Opening in 2024, we anticipate to have about $106 million. The amount that we'll be taxing for this year for reserves is about $11 million. And we're looking to get about 18.8 out the door this year from future projects and the capital that we've approved and council may approve in the next item.
And also, I just want to, so Mr. Chairman, so also too, having reserves is essential for the longevity and the viability of our organization. And in those funds are as per depreciation. So it's for the future.
Yeah, and Terry-Lynn's taken us down a path here that, for example, the fleet reserve, that fleet reserve would be at a market value. So in that fleet plan that was presented on October 31st, everybody in costume, that represented a true market value. So we always need to keep up with the costs and anticipate how that world is changing. No more municipal discount. Do we need to extend the lives of these units? These types of things. Whereas if you look at the building replacement reserve, we use a tool called the tangible capital asset, and that's an accounting tool to recognize the use of that asset throughout the year. So if you had a building that was going to last 40 years, you'll depreciate that building over 40 years, but it doesn't represent that market replacement. And that's where our asset management program comes into place, and that's where it'll really punch above its weight. And so we're going to recognize that if this, one of the fire halls is probably a prime example. When we built that building in 1984, it cost about $40,000. And if we're going to go replace that building for about 1.5, we've only saved about $40,000. So that new building, that new vision of the level of service we need to provide, we're quite a bit short So what asset management will do, it'll start to understand the true value of that asset as though we're going to spend it and build it. So in the future, once we get it launched, in the reserve fund now will reflect that new value of what we want to replace it. We'll be able to apply a little bit longer term vision, and we'll start to be able to fund those replacements of those buildings at the actual cost instead of the instead of the accounting tool that gets us those values. But yeah, and so that's a big part of it. What you won't see in this reserve fund study is council made a motion to take the equipment rental that we received through our participation in the wildfires this summer. That won't be reflected in this today. However, the accumulated surplus, remember keeping our minds to that $6 million. That $6 million, that'll be a net revenue. And if we don't consume that $6 million throughout the year, that $6 million will come back to council with recommendations from staff to put it into the appropriate reserves. And we already got our marching orders on that equipment rental for fire, and that'll come back recommending 2023's net revenue will get assigned to that for that purpose. But those will be coming in once the year end's all wrapped up. That'll be coming into council to approve where those reserves go. And right now, the contributions, the 11 million, council's, and you're not held to it, but you're approving that money going into the reserves, and that 6 million will come back for direction.
Robin?
Through the chair, Steve, I like the reserve fund and like the way that it's structured. But when you have $100 million worth of cash in reserves, and even if that is in investments bringing in 2 to 5, 6%, how do we protect against inflation that exceeds our rate of return on our investment? Especially when we're talking about $100 million, because I don't think that even on a good return right now, inflation is outpacing our return.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. We experienced very, very snug cash flows just because investments were down. We saw a financial year that'll be written about in textbooks in the next 10 years. The way to hedge that, and currently we're taking you'll see in the operating budget that we're using that interest to subsidize operations to the tune of about $2 million a year. We are restricted on the types of instruments we use for investments through the Municipal Government Act. The section has left the tip of my tongue, but we're reasonably restricted. So yeah, to hedge against inflation, that's probably the $106 million question today. I think it's what we can do is make sure we're putting every dollar towards council's vision and not letting them go to the wrong spot. That's probably our best way to hedge against inflation, is just spending that money correctly and exactly how council sees it.
And just in response again through the chair, is part of it spending it more quickly so that you're not leaving it out there? Because the longer that you hold something in reserve, the more risk that inflation can impact it, right? I know the rules that apply with the investments that we can have, I understand through some of my own reading that at times where inflation is taking off, acquiring and transferring cash into capital helps to protect against the value of your reserves from being diluted. Now, this is a big question, obviously, but are there mechanisms for municipalities to purchase land, buildings, things like that, as a way to maintain that value? But that is one way to protect against inflation, because if the inflation goes up, the building goes up, you get that money back, right? I think if we looked at our opportunity, because we oftentimes look at our opportunity costs, right? Well, right now, if we actually looked at our opportunity costs of our investments versus inflation, it doesn't look so good. Have we ever investigated that, or is that something that is a common practice? Or is it becoming maybe more common now because, you know, we're not unique in this. It hits everybody. I'm really curious though, because I think one of the only ways that we can protect against it is to actually tie up actual tangible assets that can be either resold down the road or anything like that. I'm just curious from your perspective what you see.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Through the chair.
sorry, so also too, so TCA doesn't look to the future, asset management does. So that's the importance of having an asset management program, because, so like the multi-use building is a prime example, because we only had 40 grand in the bank, and it's 1.5 to replace, right? So looking into the future, looking at the condition of the asset, and using that tool will better assist us in that process.
Yeah, I want to apologize too, because the use of tangible was probably confusing, because I was literally thinking about it as a physical asset. I should have said physical versus tangible, and confusing the program with that. But again, just specifically thinking about from an inflationary standpoint, do we have that ability? Is that within our purview as a municipality to acquire assets to protect against inflation?
Your points and your questions they're far from lost on me. Acquiring a building, knowing that building could appreciate, it has I see a balancing risk to the current investments we hold. And so it could be that we could make those investments in buildings and those types of things to mitigate inflation. But it might be a retooling of the instruments or the investments that we do make. So we are quite heavy in bonds, and because GICs were at 1.5% over 5 years, GICs are at 6 right now. Where bonds should, if we see interest rates flatten and go back down, we're going to see bonds go back up. So I guess it's a retooling of and looking at those opportunities. But a bigger consideration may be to in the future, and we could take direction under that. But we could not take that in income from investment. We could tax for that, and we could let that get compounding growth through not spending our interest. As that would be one tool that I would say is possible.
Shane?
Simple English. Could we buy a ranch and protect our money or not? Simple.
That's a way of losing money.
You know, Councillor Hawk, the serious answer to that is it would take some looking into, but I'm sure we could wiggle around it and figure it out.
No, it's ideas. I know we're stuck with what we can. I remember, no offense, Paul, but when Travis was putting me through the ringer for all the stuff I was signing for all the, there was a lot of, I asked all those questions. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? We're handcuffed on what we can invest the money in. And some things I thought were too low, but we couldn't do anything else with it. That was the best we could get. And it has to be a guaranteed, because we can't take the chance of losing anybody else's money. So that's a key thing.
Yeah, and I understand from an investment standpoint, that's where it's at. But like, I think that when I'm looking at this reserve summary, in my head, I'm seeing numbers going up, but I actually think that if you look at what a dollar was worth 5 years ago and what a dollar is worth now, we've actually gone down in our reserves because of inflation. And so as we're increasing, and so, you know, it'd be an interesting exercise to look at what a penny was worth or a dollar was worth 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, and a year ago, and today, just to see, because as it looks like we're going up, we're probably not, right?
Yeah, that's really good. And you could look at it from buying power. Is that 106 million have the same buying power? Absolutely not, it doesn't. A dollar, chocolate bar used to cost 50 cents, now it costs $1, so we'd know that that indexed by 2, right? And it's that kind of thing. So as we see those inflations, yeah, that money has far less buying power, 100%.
Is there any more questions on reserve funds?
Not seeing any.
Okay, so we're going to move on to page 24, and that is the contributions that Cypress County does to other organizations. And supporting our community organizations is vital for strong communities. And Cypress County contributes more than $1 million to community programs annually. And so when someone says, hey, how does Cypress County support my community? Well, you have it right here to show them. So that's on page 24 and 25. And that's the contributions on 25 are as per the rec policy. Any questions on that? Okay, so we're going to move on to page 26, and it's legislative services and it's general government, and it breaks down into where our tax levies come from. And Steve and Paul, do you guys want to expand on that?
Yeah, so just the highlights on that is, again, I said we were in the final year of that 20th percentile. We had anticipated 12.8% increases on non-residential property. The farm class assessment, those were already at the 20th percentile last year. Always had remained at the 20th percentile, and this will be the last move for that guiding principle that counts. So it's a 7.9% increase to non-residential and small business class properties. The small business classes are tied to a 0.75 ratio to non-residential, so they'll be 25% less than the large non-residential. So that puts us, and just a reminder, that 20th percentile, if we lined up 100 counties, we'd be sitting at the 20th percent. So we're in the lowest 1 out of 5 counties. If we were at the median rate, the last check I made was about 12 to 16. So we're still about halfway to the median, or what would be the 50th percentile using our methodology. So, yeah. And Carolyn, are you hoping to go through detail or let council digest on the rest?
How do you guys wish to proceed? Do you guys want to get in greater detail, or do you want to take her home and then have questions, or how do you guys want to go about it?
Well, I think the idea of us digesting it and going through it on our own time would probably,
Would be helpful.
People can make their
Yeah.
notes and come back prepared to.
Sounds good. Sounds really good.
Yeah, and we were hoping just to roll with whatever council thought that they would like today. And so our request is to direct administration to bring this back for approval at the December 5th.
Yep.
To accept for information today.
Yep.
Okay.
You'll be buying a ranch at the next one.
So, yeah. Slow down, guys. No. So on page 27, and to follow is the individual departments on their revenues and expenditures. And in there, so the first one is council, it's legislative, and it talks about services and programs provided, the key accomplishments, the key priorities, and over the 23-24, significant variances. And also too, you'll see, the MGA states that we need to do projections for the future. So we have in here, we have the current, the 23, 24, and then inclusive to 27. Okay. And the following page is administration, so corporate services. We have the programs and services that are provided, key accomplishments, the key priorities, and the variances from 23 and 24. An assessment, that makes our world go round and round. And so keeps the graders going around and around for sure. So on page 30 is the services and programs provided, the key accomplishments, the key priorities in 24, and the variances in 23 and 24. Significant variances. If I'm going too fast, just let me know, or speed up, or how you wish. It's a lot of information. So on page 32 is the ECC, so that's our Emergency Coordination Center, which talks about the services and programs that service delivery provides, the key accomplishments, the 24 key priorities, and the 23-24 significant variances. Okay, and then on page 34 and 35, it's municipal services, by law enforcement, and health and safety. And it shares the services and programs, the accomplishments, the 24 key priorities, the 23 and 24 significant variances. Okay, and it continues on 36 is health and safety, by law enforcement on 37, and on page 37 is the graph that shows the police costing model. So where we began in 21 and where we're looking up to 26. And those are estimates for 24, 25, and 26.
Whose Jeep's in the background?
Oh, yeah.
Whoever was here at the last council meeting, I think that's on the 31st.
They look like expensive tires.
That's gonna go very high considering they said it would be 750 and that would be the max.
And they would be locked in, yeah. Yeah, and that's why the conversation needs to continue about the revenue sharing. So if we're providing, if the organization is providing that much in funding, it needs to be a balance.
Yeah.
It needs to be a give and take. You take, how about you give a bit? So that perhaps is something that we could look at if council wishes as a resolution at an upcoming conference, RMA, that needs to, because I know we're not alone on that. So, because council's asked that of the RCMP, and Solgen, like in previous meetings, like the share of it because of you're providing a substantial amount. So that could be a possibility in the future.
I asked it again when I caught them out of a meeting in Edmonton. And
Yeah.
again, they didn't have an answer, but they were gonna look into, hear that every time.
We give, maybe we could get some. So yeah, so that's on 37 is police costing model. And then we go to fire services. Services and programs are stated on 38, key accomplishments, the priorities, and the variances. Okay, any questions, or you guys are good? Okay. Planning and development. Excuse me, sorry guys. Planning and development, page 40, has the programs and services, key accomplishments, the priorities in 24, and the variances from 23 and 24.
Through the chair, this is one of the areas where it's, you know, our revenues are hard to track, but what is demonstrable or trackable is the building permits that are put out, the valuation, and then the assessment and what it generates. Would that be difficult to do a report on to show that, you know, okay, through planning, we approved these, we worked on these projects, the total assessment as a part of that equals this? You know, I know recreation's a tough one because rec is always out, right? But with planning and development, when people go, okay, well, yeah.
So, through the chair, currently, I think we would be able to provide a very detailed report, because when we have development permits, there's always an evaluation of how much the cost of the project's gonna be. So we can bring something like that back. Yep.
Through the chair. That is something through assessment, that is something that we track annually. There's two parts to that conversation as we see the assessment base grow, There's inflation. So inflation means an existing property, how its value has either increased or decreased, but we also track growth. And so if you hear 4% assessment base increase, it could be 2% growth, 2% inflation. So that's something that we readily track.
Permits as well. Yep.
Is that what you were looking for, Robin?
Yeah, we can provide that, because we do that internally, yeah.
Yeah, like the nice part with that is that, you know, you can look at it and go, okay, hey, like it's been a busy year and we spent $350,000 in planning, but we also brought in $22 million worth of wind development and, you know, all these, it's just a good balance.
Yep, for sure we can.
Okay, just carry on, please.
Page 42 is FCSS, so the services and programs provided, the key accomplishments, key priorities, and the variances. Okay, on page 44 is the Agricultural Service Board, talks about the programs and services, and the key accomplishments, and the priorities, and the variances. Also, too, the Ag Service Board provides, they have their own strategic plan and their goals and objectives as per what's required for the ASB grant. And then we'll move on to page 46, Tourism and Economic Development. So the services and programs provided, key accomplishments, key priorities in 24, and the variances from 23 and 24. Okay. Recreation and community facilities. So same thing, programs and services, talks about the community facilities, and it talks about how in many cases it's a third party that has care and control of that infrastructure. And then also too, talk about on page 49, key accomplishments, key priorities, and the variances. And parks and campgrounds are on page 50. So it gives an overview of Cavan, Sandy Point, and the key accomplishments, and the priorities for 24. And then on 51, we move on to libraries. So services and programs provided.
Sorry, through the chair, back with parks and campgrounds, with the material goods and supplies and utilities at the 42,000, is it the utilities part that is consistent, or is that just kind of a budgeted amount, or is that an actual? I'm just trying to see here, like we've got expenditures and revenues. Like what are the actual, what were the actual material goods, supplies, and utilities?
What makes up materials, goods, supplies, and that sort of thing? So you would have like cleaning supplies, you would have supplies to do maintenance, wood, wood's a big one, some gravel, those type of things. That's in there for the two of them,
And the contracted services is for like park management and stuff like that?
for the caretakers, yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, a lot of that materials, goods and supplies was repairs to our irrigation system over the last 2 years.
And then, yeah, so on 51, we have libraries as well. So it talks about how we have the Cypress County Library Board, and talks about what it consists of for the library board, and Shortgrass and the relationship there. Okay, and then Public Works, fleet and maintenance. So Steve had talked previously about that, about the equipment and how it balances out. So the programs and services, our main focuses are preventative maintenance and repairs, vehicle inspections, and fabrication. And we had talked about the key accomplishments, the priorities, and the variances. So on page 54 is Consolidated Public Works. So Public Works makes up a tremendous part of the budget and a tremendous part of the programs and services that are provided, because it is, Public Works is our core responsibilities to our ratepayers. So in here talks about programs and services, key accomplishments. So there is tremendous amount of accomplishments that have occurred. In 24, it talks about the priorities, and in 23 and 24, the significant variances. Now on page 56 and 57, it breaks it down. So the previous was a consolidated altogether, and then it breaks it down into further expenditures by object, we call it. You sure spend a lot of money, Ken. He likes building stuff. That's good. Yeah. So yeah, 56 and 57 is the breakdown by object and by function. And then 58 is water. And then the key accomplishments, the key priorities, and then the variances. In the following page on 60 is wastewater. And then on page 61, we move on to solid waste management. So the programs and services, the key accomplishments, talking about our contract with GFL, and the key priorities. And Mr. Chairman, that is operating.
Through the chair, on the water side, I know that utilities have been a hot topic in the last couple months, especially in the city with water and things. The purchases from other government, I'm assuming, is what we're paying the city for the water. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Yeah. So when I'm looking at the budget right now and it says 2023 budget, was that what we budgeted, or was that our actual?
It's budget.
That's the budgeted. So what was our actual? Because nobody budgeted for the water to double, right? Or electricity fees, like water got, like there were places where water was more expensive or power was more expensive. I'm just kind of curious whether or not the actuals, will the actuals be coming back at the next?
So the water cost per cube did not, our rate didn't change.
Okay.
It was, yeah, that didn't change. There was concerns with, the meter reading was, the reader wasn't working.
Okay.
And then there was it was a estimate, that's the word I'm looking for. What's that word? Estimate. And so some of it, because it was during the summer, some of it was underestimated. And so, and then the next
Front heavy.
reading,
Yeah.
yeah. So that it was, that the estimate, some people use more water in the summer than others, and it was, the estimate in some cases wasn't as, when the actual came through, there was, but it was twice as much. But it was not due to the cost of the water, it was the actual water they used.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I guess you kind of answered it right there. I was just curious about that. So is it the consumption of it, but we haven't maxed out what we're allocated? Is that true then? Is that why these budgets are higher? Or does that make sense, how I said that? Not really? Well, because like you said, without an actual, it's hard to tell. So let's say it's 750 and the budget was 870, we didn't spend that much. But are we saying in 2024, there could be more usage and that's why it would cost more then? Or is
So the water that's purchased from the city, it will go up. So we haven't got the numbers yet from them. So that's goes on to the January bill, and then that's when the master rates bylaw comes back as well.
Okay, so it's whatever they set. I got, okay.
And then also too, administration is taking part in looking at the cost recovery for water, getting a third party to evaluate that. It was done about 5 or 6 years ago, give or take. And so cost recovery generally for us is about, what, 25%? That's what the cost recovery is, and the rest is subsidized. So I think it may have even spread further in the past couple of years.
Sorry, that's clear on the budget part. I guess where I'm not clear exactly is on the amount that we are allowed to use from them.
How many cubes?
Yeah.
So through our gates and through our allocation, so we have different gates, and so we have gate agreements with them.
Okay.
And so we're allowed so much flow per day. And so, about 3 years ago, we bought those gates. Was it about 3 now already? And so we buy enough flow to ensure that we can provide it. So when it comes to the day that maybe we're using more flow than we have through the gate, then we'll have to look at things like clear wells to get more storage. So
We have a bunch of storage, so we fill that so we don't go over this agreement.
Okay.
we have some storage, but if it comes to the day that it'll have to be evaluated, do you buy more gate or do you buy more storage?
That was kind of my question, which you've answered now, is where do we get the ability to get the amount of water that we're needed? And
through license.
Yeah, gotcha.
License our clear wells,
And our holding.
good management.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, that is the operating. So we could, if there's no questions, do you guys want to move on to capital? There's an RFD. So before we move on, thank you. So before we move on, so as we've done in previous years, this is presented to you for your consideration. It's for you to absorb and digest, and then it'll come back, operating will come back to the next meeting. And so the recommended motion that council receive it for information, and we will bring it back at the December 5th meeting. That's the recommendation for the operating. Sounds good, Mr. Chairman. 6.3 is is the 24 capital budget. It's the final. So on the 31st, administration provided the draft capital for your consideration. And so I believe that it is as it was, with one amendment in Desert Bloom 1. We have some pipes held together right now with some ratchet straps, and that's not cool. And so that was added in, but I believe that is the only addition. So it went to a priority one, because, yeah, it's not cool to hold things together with ratchet straps. And so that is the only change, I believe, amendments.
And through the chair, draw your attention to page 64 under utilities, water and sewer. It's number 1. That's the addition.
Pardon? Double it. So, Mr. Chairman, is there any questions of administration? And Mr. Chairman, so the recommended motion is on the handout. It's a long-winded. Probably would be easier if we did it separate individually, just for the ease of finding the motion in a later date. I think that would be easiest. Right? Could you read them out, just so they're aware of it? Mr. Chairman, Leslie Ann's gonna read out the motions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first motion would be that council approve the IT replacement plan for 2024 not to exceed $344,450, and the IT equipment replacement plan 24 through 28 as presented.
I'll make the first motion.
Sorry. The following motion will be that council approve the infrastructure and construction plan 2024 through 2028 as presented, and to proceed with the 24 projects not exceeding $15,339,456. The third motion will be that council directs administration to proceed with engineering and design for each project included in 2025 to 2028 of the 5-year infrastructure and capital plan, not exceeding 10% of each project, 5.3 million of the total budget cost.
Lloyd's making that motion. I see we got it down from 30% to 10%. Any comments or questions? Vote. Okay, that's carried. And then the last one.
That council approve the vehicle and equipment replacement plan 2024 not to exceed 1.578750, and the vehicle and equipment replacement plan 24 through 2028 as presented.
Thank you. Blaine's moving that one. Any questions? Vote. Michelle. Okay, that's carried. All right. Hold on, I lost the document here. Okay, we're on to 6.4, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 2023 vehicle and equipment disposal lists on page 50. The recommended motion is that council approve the 2023 vehicle and equipment disposal list as presented, and the list is attached to and forms part of these minutes. So the background information, the list starts on 52 and goes on 53. And so upon approval of the Cypress County Council of the capital replacement plans for 24-28, attached is the 23 vehicle and equipment listing of units available for disposal. While various units are recommended for disposal, administration has included a recommendation of units to be retained and further utilized internally.
Thank you. Everybody's taking the time to read that over. Any questions on it? Lloyd's moving the motion. Shane?
One question here on page 53. There's a Hyundai loader. That's going to be replaced? Correct?
It already has been. Everything on here has been replaced already.
But where's that loader? It's got an estimated value.
What do you mean, where is the loader? Here? It's in the yard here.
It's been retained. Oh, never mind. My screen's a little. It's withhold from this. Yeah, my page was cut off. Never mind.
You're good?
Yep.
Okay. Dustin?
Through the chair, could I get Kim to explain the one discrepancy on the disposal list that me and him had talked about earlier? I'll just let him explain it.
Yeah, through the chair. So, and I got it explained to me by corporate services. So yeah, we are looking at through fire services is combining 2 units, trying to be, and so unit U72031 would be combined with U72092 when it gets replaced in 2025. So it says right there that it's disposed, not replaced, required, and that's just going to be held on till 2025 until we get the other unit in our possession.
Okay,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Rescue one, okay.
Yep, so we're combining those 2 units into 1 unit moving forward.
Okay. You had a question, Blaine?
Yeah, I do. Well, so when you're saying dispose, that means, so then we're gonna be selling the 1 unit then? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. We'll sell it, but we'll sell it in 2025 when we receive the other unit.
That's what when I was reading that last night, I couldn't quite figure out when, like, we're disposing it, but where and when and all the rest of it, so, okay, gotcha.
So why wouldn't we have left it off until 25?
Actually, Councillor Vossler noticed it and contacted the, internally through the emergency services, and then Jay contacted me and he said, well, this was a business case that was brought forward to council for this rescue unit, and it's supposed to be combined with that one down below, the unit 72092. So it was done as a pilot project. So, and that's the reason why it was not down below, but when I conversed with corporate services, they said, well, that's to be disposed of. It doesn't say when, but we'll do it in 2025.
Okay.
Yep.
Makes sense. Yeah. and then we can move it down here where it's hold until- yeah. Okay, any other questions? Do I need to wait for Michelle to come back? Or should we just still have quorum? Okay, vote. Who did make the motion?
I think that's,
Dustin did.
I will now.
Okay. Dustin made that. Vote, guys. Richard. Okay, that's carried. What do we, oh, is lunch here? It is? Okay, well, we'll just have a half an hour lunch so we can get back to this before the delegation, so adjourned until 12:30. Are we good? Okay. All right, we're back online here. So we'll do the Reeve and council reports. So my report is there.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to do staff first?
Oh, I don't want to do staff.
We don't have to.
I marked it off. You're done.
Some days we are.
Apparently, we're doing this CFO report first. CAO report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you on page 54 is the CAO report. There's information on AUC. There's information on different projects that we got going on. And yeah, so if please ask any questions you may have.
I'm going to ask one on behalf of Dustin, I think. Has staff heard about a meeting tonight for solar in Hilda? Nobody's heard about it? Okay. I don't know.
It's in the paper.
Is it? I didn't hear anything about it. They haven't contacted the office here?
So it is the Blue Bridge Solar Farm. Blue Bridge, it's an EDP Renewables. It is at Hilda from 6 till 9 p.m.
Did you know about it?
Solar, yep.
Is that the same one that has been in the Cypress Courier and in the Medicine Hat News?
That would involve me having to read the Courier to know that.
Well, there's something in there in the Courier, so.
I was just curious if staff had been notified of it yet. That was my only question. She said yes, we know. You know? Okay. There, that answered that question, Dustin. Does anybody have any questions or comments for the CAO report? Shane?
Of course I do. How are we, them solar outfits that weren't paying their bill for road, at end of project, road maintenance, road upgrades that are back up to standard, have they paid their bill? Sorry, through the chair.
Through the chair. We've invoiced 2 of the developers, and we're currently waiting on the payment of the invoice. Some of the agreements through the development were invoiced during the year, so they've been paid. So far, we have like 2 contractors with an outstanding bill.
I got another one.
Okay.
So just from my experience, when I'm looking at White Fox crushing here and Sage Management, with the use of them radial stackers, your loader operator loading out of them piles have to do a lot of work because of the segregation that happens on that is unbelievable. So all your rocks are rolling to the outside and you got nothing but sand in the middle. So then if our loader operator, when we're hauling out of them pits, isn't working that pile, that's where we'll be getting complaints out on the road of too much rock or just pure sand coming out. So what the proper use of them stackers is they go in and out, not in a big horseshoe. So I'm just recommending that to make sure, sorry, through the chair, that staff is well aware of what will need to take place when hauling that out.
Through the chair. Correction. Very good points. Definitely something that's in the contract is the procedure on how to produce the pile. And that's part of our inspections when we go out, and corrective measures when we see the pile getting too high and observing the material going off the back of the pile. So definitely, like Councillor Hawk mentioned, how the pile's put up makes a difference on what you see on the road. So good
point.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Blaine and then Michelle.
To the chair, I noticed that or Public Works has done that swale fixing on Elgin Street in Irvin. Just wondering what the plan is for the other side, like where the sidewalk would be, kind of?
Through the chair, the photo shows only the developed lot that was put in 3 years ago, the extension of the existing to cover the drainage so it didn't go into his yard. So that was the addition on that one. There's a swale on the other side of the road that's functioning. So it's just matching it up for the both sides and controlling where the road drainage goes so it's not going on there, that new lot.
So staying on the swale then?
Correct.
Michelle?
Through the chair, should be to Kayleen, but she's not here. She received a call, well, I received a call from a ratepayer out by the estuary solar facility with some complaints. And I was just curious if Kayleen got a hold of him or talked to this person. I know it said something in here about it. So,
Find out about that. Keith?
Through the chair. I'm just wondering about energy projects at the end of their thing. Are we having trouble getting the road back up to standard? Or are they cooperating, or are they trying to take shortcuts in getting things back up to standard where what we've agreed on?
Through the chair. Definitely the inspection of the process, we're not rushing to get to the completion of what they're obligated to do in the road allowances. So we haven't accepted any of the project to date. Some of the deficiencies included backslope agreements with landowners that they're currently correcting. And prior to us doing a final inspection, we're requiring backslope agreements to be signed off by the landowner. So that part's taken care of, as well as all the way through we're doing inspections on the road. So we are commenting, we've been given the opportunity on most of the projects now to have the design well ahead to review and comment and improve to meet our standards. So far it hasn't been an issue at a completion. So as any project, it has its ups and downs when you're dealing with a specification, but so far it's going all right.
Richard?
I'll refer to page 67, 68, 69 of this fine-looking building that council participated in to get built in Irvin, and pretty excited about it. There's a good chance the contractor could turn the building over on Friday, so they were definitely on time. They're on budget. It's exciting to see how it's all going to work, and I guess my final comment would be I did pick up a few gray hairs along the way, but I'm going to say it was worth it. Oh, I didn't know that.
Dustin?
Through the chair, so I see we got these transfer site counts for average vehicles over, I guess, a week or two. Is there going to be a recommendation coming back as to what we're going to do there?
Through the chair. As far as the counts, we did that over a 2-week period, and it follows what council asked us to do to review the road surfaces into each of the transfer sites. So this is the beginning step. I just wanted you guys to be aware of what kind of traffic we're dealing with in each of the communities. And the next step will be presenting something in the new year on the surfaces and dust abatement on those applications.
Lloyd?
Yeah, to the chair. I was just wondering on the emergency services, are we still or in December, wasn't there going to be a tabletop for elk water and that?
Through the chair, we haven't got together to put, that's going to be in the new year, and because we had a tabletop here at the city last month.
Any other questions? Keith?
When is construction on the 7-persons multi-purpose building? Is it commenced or is it about to start, or how's it doing?
Kim, would you like to talk about that?
Yeah, through the chair, they're doing pilings as of tomorrow, and from the pilings, then they can start assembling the Lego blocks and putting it together, but it's going to come up in real fast order. And we were waiting for some engineering for soil composition underneath the slab. That's what's been the holdup for us.
All right. Blaine moved the reports. Couldn't remember.
I will.
All right. Any other questions? Vote. That's carried. Reeve and council reports. We will quickly do this one. Just wanted to add to mine, I forgot to put on there, when I was in Edmonton, I spoke with TELUS rep up there. And we need to put on our website here a complaint line for bad service in the area. Right now, their towers are good, but their power is down for the amount of cells in this area. But nobody's complaining. They're phoning me and complaining about it, but I don't have any control over that. So we need to put on the webpage where they can go in, and every time they have a cell problem, they could register a complaint that they don't have service or the lacking of service. And once we get enough complaints in there, then they'll come out and upgrade the area. But right now, they don't know there's a problem, so I forgot to put that on. So when we come out of here, I might ask somebody to make a motion to have staff put the proper contact on the website.
Is that through the CRTC
No, that's through TELUS.
or directly to TELUS?
Directly to TELUS. You complain to their hotline, and it gets registered every time you phone in on a different number, and then they know this area's got a bad spot. I mentioned our office building here and everything, and
I think we have her card.
I looked for it. I can't find it, maybe. Steve, I think, has the contact for us, so.
Okay.
That's the only thing I had to add, so I guess I'll start the council reports, and it'll be Keith, do you want to start?
Other than council meeting, nothing to report. I didn't go to RMA, so.
Dustin?
Attended RMA, had several provincial ag service board meetings, since there's quite a few new members on that as well, so it's been fairly informative and learned some things. RMA was great. I really enjoyed myself, made a lot of new contacts. And other than that, just council meeting.
Mr. Hawk?
Nothing to report.
Okay.
No. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Cancel his check.
Attended the RMA conference, which was very interesting. It was one of the better ones. Enjoyed myself up there. It was good. Learned a few things. Had the regional waste management meeting of Cypress County and Red Clough. As you can see on your handouts here, we went through the budget. And boy, oh boy, where do I start? Number one, was not a very happy day. I was very upset at our compost center. There was garbage scattered all over the countryside. You don't have proper nets up, and it was scattered everywhere. I had a lot of complaints, and it was disgusting, where I said maybe we should have a look and shut that thing down, which staff is looking into, where we're getting a lot of compost in with a lot of garbage, and more garbage, and more garbage. And the piles are getting bigger and bigger, and it doesn't seem to be moving. We're spinning our wheels. They have asked for a new loader for it, which we put on hold until we find out what our requirements are with the compost center, because when we got the grant to build it, you're supposed to run so many tons per year through. So we're looking into what our legal obligation is, and if we can't afford a loader, can we really afford to keep it going? It just seems to be spinning. We're spending a lot of time. I'm the only one really here that drives by it every day. Well, just about every day. But you see all the work going on there. Nothing seems to be moving. We've stripped more land to put more stockpiles, and it just seems to be going on and on and on. And it's very frustrating. We did with the equipment storage building. They come back again, and we said, no, just get us a price on a pole building. There was some concerns about heat, and we kind of all looked at each other, and even the Red Cliff representative said, what do you mean, heat? And mine is heated, Lloyd's is heated. You can put cement in and heat them. And so that's what we asked for, to come back. We do not want a pre-engineered building, steel frame or frame building. Just put up a pole building, which would be one of the cheaper. The water truck, they haven't sourced one yet. They're still looking. Next page. Oh yeah, our litter picker. So we're buying,
I had a question about the truck. Is $50,000 going to be enough to buy them a water truck?
all we're looking at is a used one at an auction sale, or a used one. We don't need a new fancy water truck just for spraying down dust.
Yes, I get that, but I mean, this looks like it was postponed from last year to this year, and they want to move it forward again. And are they still going to get even a used one for $50,000?
Yeah, if they keep looking.
Okay, that was my question, thank you.
But this litter picker, we approved 5 of them. No, just one. Because it gets pulled with the amount of garbage being going all over the countryside. It's only 100,000, and I said, you know, it's good buy. Looks good. It'll probably be used more than a certain piece of equipment we got here. The loader. So this loader is a Hyundai, and they have major problems with it, of it heating up. They've said they have had mechanics out and everybody out looking at it, and it keeps heating up on them. So they're asking for a new one, which we put on hold, so we can have a look what we're going to do at the compost center. And that's why I sort of was hinting at this other loader that's in our salt shed. You know, if it'd be something to do, because I mean, right now we cannot afford $450,000 for a new loader on that compost pad. So we put that on hold. The used tandem truck, they're looking. They have to hire out quite a few times for to get another truck to help move material around there. So we're looking at another used one, or if something comes up here at the county, or so they're looking around for that. And now the new cell. It has to be built. It's gonna, we figure it's gonna cost about $4.2 million to build it. Has to be built, or we shut down the landfill. They just close it. I mean, you'd lock the gate and that's it. We need it to continue going. The problem is, we don't have the money. So we discussed of coming maybe to the county, asking for to borrow the 4.2 million at an interest rate that, you know, at the rate or a little higher than what we can get through some of our investments. It's something that we're looking at. We're looking at other options, but it has to go. We have to build it, or else we just close the gates, and then everything would have to go to Medicine Hat or whatever. It has to start being built in 24 because we're running out of space in our current spot. I'm not done yet.
It's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So you talked about borrowing the money from the county. What kind of asset would the county get out of that, though?
You'd get a hole in the ground.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But no, you'd get your interest off the money
I know,
that we're
but
getting
what
at.
happens if you go broke in 2 years?
How are we gonna go broke when we own it?
They're broke already.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, guys. It's just a presentation. It's not on the agenda.
Just,
It was just an ask.
we have raised the rates some more. Again, right through, we raised another $5. Ton to 85, there is no forgiving. We are putting money in the bank, but we don't have enough to build this cell. And like I said, the cell has to be built. Why? What are you gonna do?
We have, like, at a certain point, like, this has been going on for a very long time. And I wouldn't support looking at it from an investment standpoint, because I don't, like, from an investment, you're God.
You want to buy?
No, it wouldn't be. And to say that, like, we keep on saying, well, it has to be built, it has to be built, it has to be built. Well, we just filled up a cell in a way where we didn't make money. We don't have enough money to open up the next cell.
Whoa. We made money.
Okay.
We're making money. We don't have enough, we don't have the 4.2 million set aside. We are making money. The cell that is just closing up was a small cell, and we knew that right from day one through the whole plans. It had to get filled in order to keep bringing, as you do the landfill, it keeps going, as you fill, then you can go up and up. Like when you drive by the one at Brooks, it keeps going up too. So this next cell, and when I say it has to, do you really think that we're gonna shut down the whole landfill after we just moved it? And tell Redcliffe, okay, now you gotta haul your garbage to Medicine Hat. We gotta haul our stuff to Medicine Hat when they're raising more money and we're gonna shut it down when we have all that land and all that area there.
Honestly, until we get a model and a system that works consistently, do I think that we should do it? Possibly. Yes, I think that it has to be considered, 100%. Whenever you make a statement of we must, you make bad choices. You make bad decisions.
No, this isn't a bad
We must
decision,
not
Robin.
do anything. If it is the right decision to keep on going, fine. But maybe it makes some sense to actually have our stuff go to the city one until that's filled up, because landfill space is valuable. It's not going to become less valuable the fuller that the city landfill gets. Bottom line.
So then, okay, and
Okay, we can't
Yeah.
debate this right now. It's just what. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got to get through the reports because we had a delegation here a couple of minutes ago.
And they're not interested in garbage.
Anything else to add to your report, Shane?
No.
Okay, we'll come back to this after we get the reports done, and then the delegation will come back to this. Right? Everybody's good with that? Okay, Richard, make it short.
So,
You forgot your notes.
moving on from a man of few words to one of even less. Okay, RMA was awesome. We learned a lot. Attended an effective communication course the first day up there with Dan and Michelle. Learned a lot. Did Remembrance Day ceremonies. And then last night I went to Desert Bloom Homeowners Association, and they would like to thank council for everything they're doing for Desert Bloom. That's it.
You're done.
Sure glad he lost his notes. Blaine.
I lost my notes.
You forgot him at home. Go ahead, Blaine.
Okay, yeah, I also attended the RMA convention. It was, yeah, very good networking, starting to meet more people all the time and get in conversations. It's great. Really enjoy the ministerial forums, listening to the questions that are asked from the floor. Also got an invite from MLA Justin Wright to attend the legislature for question period. That was also quite interesting, as Dustin alluded to earlier. In the building, quite a neat old building. Anyways, attended an Urban Ag Society meeting the other night. Things are really starting to, go very well down there. Concession is doing very well. Their ice rental is up by 20 hours over last October. Curling is really busy. School curling has increased by 25%. The new upgrade to the lounge is pretty much done, and those things going quite well at the Urban Ag Society.
I attended the RMA too, and also went to the legislature, and beautiful, beautiful building. That was probably one of the highlights. Attended the course with Dan and Richard on effective meetings and stuff, and that was an EOEP course that I haven't taken before, and I really enjoyed it. On October 26th and 27th, I attended the Economic Development Forum with Richard. Council on the 31st, a policy meeting. I went to MLA Wright's office with his staff and talked about FCSS and all of that stuff. At MPC, a Shortgrass board meeting, Cypress View board meeting, and today I am off to the FCSS AA convention in Edmonton.
Went to RMA. It was a great week. Lots of networking, seeing old friends, and that is all.
Lloyd?
I'm just wondering if I can give mine after the presentation. Mine's going to be not short.
You're on the same as Shane?
Well, Shane and Elkwater and some other things, but yeah.
Okay. I can't pass through. Can you do your Elkwater and other things, then we'll do the other afterwards?
Okay, I can,
I move to table the reports till after the presentation.
Yeah, can do that. Everybody knows what the motion is? Vote. It's carried. All right. You ladies can come up and take your seats up here. There's a bar on the bottom that when you touch it, it'll turn red for your mic and you can speak. There you go.
So can you just see if it'll advance front and back? We're good to go.
I had my purple ribbon all ready this morning and I forgot it.
Oh, we sent more. Yes, we brought more.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, Reeve Hamilton and Council. We appreciate you taking the time to fit us into your busy agenda today. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to coming back and chatting with you just a little bit about what we've been up to for Family Violence Prevention Month and just about some of our future plans with the Medicine at Women's Shelter. So November is Family Violence Prevention Month, as you know. We've brought you some ribbons just to commemorate the month. It's really important for us that we're out in front of everybody this month, just bringing awareness to the issue of family violence. We're definitely seeing that our numbers are increasing and severity of cases as well are increasing. And so we just really want to make sure that people understand where they can go when they need supports and where to turn to if you know somebody who maybe is needing supports, and just to make sure that we can keep conversations going, because we know that's really part of the way that we're going to end some of the stigma around family violence and get people the help that they need. Provincial data is showing right now that the helpline calls, for example, provincially are at the highest they've ever been in the past 10 years, and we're showing that as well. I think our helpline calls went up 42% last year alone. So we know that definitely people are reaching out for support. It's not always about coming in, calling to come into shelter. It's sometimes just about calling for advice and support or having somebody to talk to. About a year ago, we opened up a text and web chat line as well, because we recognized during COVID that a lot of people were unable to reach out for supports, and we just wanted to find a different way for them to be able to access help when they needed to talk to somebody. So that's been hugely successful, and we're seeing really great uptake on people doing that. Some of it is just also to be more accessible to people. Sometimes picking up the phone if you're at home with your abuser is not a possibility. And so this way it's a lot easier to send a text, as well as sometimes we're trying to also get to the younger demographic who we know also are suffering with some issues in dating violence and things like that. And we want to be able to have an opportunity for them to reach out for help as well. So we operate a 24/7 crisis line. Peggy, I wasn't done with that slide. Go back one more. Thank you. The helpline, and we are open 24/7. So we're a nonprofit, we're no cost, we're a gender inclusive shelter, and we serve Medicine Hat and Southeast Alberta, so all surrounding areas, Cypress as well, obviously. So you can see some of our stats are on that slide that we have that just sort of show some of our increasing numbers for the helpline. Thanks, sorry. So our main services, our main shelter is the Phoenix Safe House. That's our emergency shelter. It was built in 1998 as an 11-bed shelter, and now we are at a 30-bed shelter in that same physical blueprint. So we're a little squished, more on that later. But right now it's a 21-day stay, and that is really what's mandated by government. We have some flexibility with that, and we definitely do use that flexibility because we know that after 3 weeks, I don't know about you, but I can't even think what happened in the past 3 weeks, especially if I'm coming out of a crisis and have my kids and I'm trying to figure out what to do next. So we do have some flexibility around that. Part of our struggle as well is that if families are wanting to leave an abusive situation, there's not always somewhere for them to go after the shelter in terms of affordable housing, as you probably know as well. So we're struggling with that, and so that's some of the people are tending to stay with us for longer till they can secure housing, but that's sometimes affecting us being able to take people in at this end. So it's a bit of a juggling act all the time, but that's our main shelter, and it's open 24/7. We make sure that people's basic needs are met, that they have access to clothing, we provide meals, they have hygiene products. As soon as they come in, they would do an intake and be provided with one-to-one supports. Their children would receive those same supports as well, and we do a lot of safety planning and something called a danger assessment, which is actually to determine your risk of lethality. So it's quite telling in terms of just making people aware of sort of some of the risk that they're under. Yeah, so that's our main shelter. Last year alone, we had over 200 adults in that shelter and almost 100 children. So that's always a significant number to me when you think about how many kids had to come into shelter and live their time at the shelter. So yeah. Our second stage shelter, which is on our same property but just next door to it, was built in 2008. We're still the only second stage shelter south of Calgary, so we do get a lot of demand for our services. A lot of people coming in who want a new lease on life, just got to get out of Dodge kind of thing. So we see a lot of people from all over Alberta coming to access that shelter, and we're usually in quite high demand for that. We don't keep a waiting list because, of course, you can't be on a wait list when you're in crisis, but we definitely know that as soon as there's turnover, there's usually another family waiting to come in. A lot of the plan for Musasa House when it was built from the board was that there would be a bit of a continuum so that people, once they left the emergency shelter, would be able to go to the second stage shelter and have some more time. We know that you need more time. At the second stage shelter, you can live for up to a year in your own townhouse unit. So that's a picture on the slide if you can see them. We have 10 townhouse units, and they're 2-story, 3-bedroom townhouse units. And so we can fit any number of people in there, to be honest. We've had moms who've come in with 7 kids. We've had moms who've come in who've just been expecting their first kid. So it just depends on the situation. But we have bunk beds and we're creative in terms of how we fill up those bedrooms. But it's a great space for them. Moms often are quite emotional when they walk in because they they feel like they have their own space and they can lock the door and they're safe and secure, and that's something they haven't experienced yet. So it's really important for them to be able to do that. We have a great partnership with the Root Cellar, the local food bank, who provide pantry full of food and fridge full of food, and they get enrolled in the Food First program that they run there too. So that's a really great partnership to support the families to make sure that they have an ability to get back on their feet. While they're at Musasa House, they have wraparound supports. They have a worker that would be assigned to them, and they would attend a daily group that has all different kinds of topics: life skills, budgeting, parenting after separation, family violence, just anything they sort of really need support around. And our goal behind that is really that if they have more time to kind of get back on their feet after they've sort of caught their breath and have had a safe place to land, they might be able to move on and not have to go back to that abusive situation. And so we have a great partnership with the college as well, where they can provide bursaries to our moms if they're needing to do some upgrading or maybe just complete that one course that they need that would maybe get them a little bit of a better job and be able to feel like they can provide for their children. And so that's been a really great partnership, as well as something really important to us. So last year alone, we had 17 moms and 31 children who lived there for the year. So it's a busy, busy place. We have a daycare on site, so the younger kids can enter daycare, and then the older kids will all go to school in the area or whatever school that they used to go to. We make it work, whatever works for them. But we really believe that that's important for those kids to have that routine and continuity of supports with their peers. And our third facility is outreach services. We're located at the Ridge Professional Building, and so we did that strategically almost 7 years ago. I lost track of the date now, 2017, thank you. We did it strategically because what we realized is that there's a lot of families out there who are needing support, but because they felt like they didn't need to come into shelter because they could make their own arrangements or figure something else out, they weren't reaching out for supports and therefore staying in really unsafe situations. So we formed a partnership with the police service called Safe Families Intervention Team, and that really means that when police attend to a domestic, within 24 to 48 hours of them going to that scene, one of our staff members would call that family and just check in with them and make sure that they're okay, and to see if there's any supports that they would need if they wanted to come in and talk about it. So part of that is us trying to do some early intervention to maybe try to get to some of those files that aren't maybe chronic, domestic abuse situations that are just sometimes a one-off or something just went bad, and try to get in and offer those supports right away. And it's twofold. We called it Safe Families for a reason, and so that's so that the victim can come in and receive some supports, but also the abuser, if they're willing to look at some of their behaviors and maybe make some changes and recognize that they need to make some changes, they're also available to come in, obviously separately, to meet with somebody to talk about working on some of those things. We call it Time for Change. So that's been a great partnership, and we've been out there for a couple of years now, and we, as you can see, our numbers are quite high. There is a lot of people out there who need those supports, who come in from all areas of Southeast Alberta for appointments, or we often, what we learned during COVID, there was some silver linings, is that we could also see people over Zoom and make it more accessible. That's really been important for a lot of the rural families that we deal with who can't and don't have the ability to always come in for services, so that's been really great to be able to use that technology for that. So last year alone, we had over 700 adults who used the outreach services, so it was busy over there. So yeah, so the kids are really important to us. We want to make sure that we recognize that kids are impacted equally by family violence. It's not that they're just in the background and don't know what's going on. They do know what's going on, and it directly impacts them for sure. And we know that research shows that kids even in utero can be affected by family violence. And so we want to make sure that we're getting in and trying to break the cycle and trying to offer those supports to those kids so that they have the best successful outcomes going forward. So we have a family support team who meets with the kids as soon as they come into either of the shelter. There's one-to-one options. We offer different types of groups. There's supports for parents to make sure they can figure out how to navigate this new world order, as well as the outreach program also sees children and youth who are living in the community. So we get a lot of referrals from schools or other community agencies sort of reaching out for help and for their kids, and so that's been really important to them as well. Treehouse is our daycare, as I said, and so that's been wonderful to be able to have for moms to be able to leave their kids at the daycare when they're maybe going to legal appointments or looking at housing or all those things that's kind of hard to drag kids along to on a good day, and also sometimes just to give them a little bit of a respite. So that's a really wonderful opportunity that we have on site. And in the summer we run a camp program, a day camp program called SAFE, and that's the acronym, Summer Summer Adventure Fun Educational. So it combines giving kids the opportunity to have some fun in the summer. A lot of our kids don't have the same opportunity as other kids, some of our kids might have, to do just regular things in the summertime. And so this just gives them a chance to be able to go out and have some fun, as well as have some education around keeping safe in family violence situations. So we launched a capital campaign at our AGM in September, so we just wanted to give you a little bit of a blurb on that as well. The building that we are in currently, Phoenix Safe House, the emergency shelter, is about 25 years old, and it's in good shape, and it's doing good. We've done a good job with it, but we just recognize that we're just out of space. And so it was, like I said, it was built for an 11-bed shelter with about 11 staff, and now it's 30 beds with about 25 staff, and so we're really just cramped. And so there's just a lot of places in there that just aren't working as well. So some of it is that's come to our attention since we did an appraisal, is that we need to put in a fire suppression system. We don't have that in place, so we need to get that, as well as modernize some of our security systems. As you can appreciate, our shelters have to be secured, so we have quite an elaborate security system with cameras and fences and things like that to make sure that the clients are safe. And one of the things that came up during COVID, especially when we were really encouraging people to not stay home if they were not safe, stay home to be healthy, of course, but also if you were in an unsafe situation, to please come in, even if you were COVID positive, is that it just made it really hard to isolate and to have an own bathroom for them. Because really how it works in our shelter is that we have 9 bedrooms on the upstairs level with 2 shared bathrooms. And so if you're using one bathroom to isolate for COVID symptoms or things like that, it kind of limited everybody else. And so it was just difficult. And just in general, it's difficult because mom has a whole bunch of kids and she's trying to bathe them, get them ready. And it's just hard because it's, back and forth down the hall, and it's just tricky. So we just really wanted to be able to give them a little bit more privacy and dignity. It's a hard time when they're at the shelter. They're in crisis and they're not coping so well. So as much as possible, just to be able to afford them some of that. And so we're going to put little bathrooms in each of the existing bedrooms, just like a little ensuite bathroom, but just it gives them that ability to have some privacy. Some of the other things we struggle with are just barriers. We're seeing a lot more women who are coming in who require a barrier-free situation. So a barrier-free bedroom, we only have one on the main level and it fills up right away. So we'd like to have more bedrooms like that on that main floor, as well as we're seeing, sadly, a lot of people coming in who have injuries from being abused, and so they don't have they have a lot of mobility issues, and so they can't always do the stairs and go up and down to the basement, which is where a lot of our places are housed. So our laundry is down there, so it's not very accessible in that way. Our group room is down there, not very accessible, and our daycare is down there as well. So that makes it tricky for them to go back and forth. So part of our goal is to bring all those things up to the main floor to have that option as well as the daycare. It'd be nicer to have it on the main floor where there's bright light. You can see some of our pictures that we're hoping to look like bright light and access to the playground and just generally a nicer, friendlier space. And as I said, the outreach services were moved off-site back in 2017 to grow the program and to be able to offer some of that reducing of stigma. But since we became an all-inclusive shelter in 2018, we're seeing that barrier has been reduced, and there's not so much stigma about people accessing our shelter. So we would really like to bring those outreach offices back on site, and to be able to have that opportunity would really be seamless for service delivery in terms of being able to people coming in for outreach programs could access the daycare. People coming in for outreach programs, they determined that we needed sheltering for them. They would just be down the hallway to talk to somebody to do an intake for that. So that's really our goal with bringing them back for that. So yeah, so that's our capital campaign. We just wanted to sort of let you know about that. We're not hitting you up for any money, I promise, but we're just asking you to just think about, partnership and advocacy for us with that. Some of that would be helpful in terms of advocacy to provincial government and to, just the players in the field, just to kind of get the word out about this need for our capital campaign. So we might come back and chat with you later if that's good too. But I'm open to any questions as well.
Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
I do notice you have a lot of staff. I was just wondering how, is that through all volunteer or donation, or is that some of them paid staff, or?
Yeah, we have about 40 full-time staff. We're a 24/7 facility, so that requires more staffing for that. Those are all paid staff. We do rely heavily on volunteers. We do use a lot of volunteers to help with reception and in the kitchen and, you know, in our daycare, like all over the place for things like that. But yeah, with the 3 facilities, that's sort of how many staff we have to staff all those different places. Yeah.
Any other questions? Don't see any. Thank you very much for the
Thank you so much.
presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. We appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a good day. On a fast train. On a fast train. Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, somebody want to move to untable Michelle's moving. Untable the reports. Yeah. Vote. Okay, that's carried. Now, back over to Lloyd.
Good, okay. So I'll try and really give a Reader's Digest version on a lot of things here. I attended 5 different meetings, they're all the regular meetings. I just want to, before I get into the bad news, the good news is I had a complaint about some trees. I've passed the message on to Ken, and I think it was on a Sunday, I'm not sure, but I got a phone call and a text message thanking me because the staff was out there doing it on a Sunday. And then a neighbor phoned me and thanked me, and I have to say, it's not me. And I told him that it's the staff that do it, so. And I also got 2 messages from the landfill about a little problem they had, and Leslie Ann took care of it within about an hour and a half. And I just really want to thank the staff because it sure made me look good this week. Nice calls are nice to get for a change. Believe me, but definitely. So I went to the Elkwater meeting, and they are, Dylan was there, and they were really concerned about the cougars because they've been saying they have reports and calls of sightings of the cougars all over the place, plus on trail cameras. And they were told to report it to the COs and phone the 310 landline if they have to. So, and they asked me about if any progress had been made on the, with our meetings with Justin and the Premier about tabletop and the emergency exit and any more plans on evacuation. So I explained to him that Justin was back in and more questions were asked to him, and that the Reeve and the CAO and Deputy Reeve were talking to the Premier up in Edmonton, and maybe next month I'd have some answers for him. So I'm hoping so. But the one thing I wanted to bring up about Elkwater is about 2 weeks ago, we received a tone for Elkwater to respond to lines down. And now those lines fell, and they were on the road into the campgrounds, the 3 campgrounds that are there, and they were sparking. And thank goodness it was, the weather had rained and snowed. So basically 2 park employees, maintenance guys, their first year there, attended, and they followed their protocol, what they're supposed to do. And after about 35 minutes, not getting a response from anybody, they actually called Keith Fisher, who's the deputy chief in Elkwater, and he had them tone out 911, and they came. Elkwater eventually attended, and the power guys attended, and eventually the forestry, one employee attended. Now, this all took about 45 minutes. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because if it had happened a month ago, we would have been in trouble. And so this proved that nothing's in place. Nobody knows what should be done. And I really think when we had the meeting with Justin and the premier and the assistant deputy premier that was there, or minister, I should say, and all these things were said to get done right away, and even the grant for that the park had applied for the fire guards that were supposed to be done, that sounded like he was going to get it, has been turned down. Now they're reapplying for some more grants, but that'll take time. But I really think that we should be asking Justin to come back in and give us some answers to the questions we asked him. Again. Now, whether that does any good, I don't know, but summer's going to be here pretty quick, and if they can't figure out a protocol to get people for lines down, what are we going to do during the summer if that happens? And that is not that far away from that emergency exit, especially the forestry. That's part, there's a lot of fire load in between there, if that was earlier. So I'd like to see that happen if council can do that.
Yeah, I can put a phone call in and see what, if I can get Justin to come back.
Pardon me? Well, you can ask her.
Perhaps also too, just written correspondence, so it's formal.
Yeah.
To MLA Wright and perhaps CC to Minister Lowen.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
So just to bring it, if council wishes to do that motion.
Justin?
I think the biggest question has to be asked, especially in this case, if it took them 35 minutes to phone 911 for lines down that are sparking, they better be looking for some employees. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the protocol is. If you have an imminent fire danger and you know you don't have anyone on staff at the park that can take care of it, why would you not phone 911 and get someone coming? That's the real question I have.
Well, I don't think it's, we should question their employees. I mean, maybe we have people like that too, I don't know. But what I'm saying is they have a protocol to follow, and they did it. And I'm only know that it took close to 45 minutes for someone to show up, and that was Elkwater Fire. So, and I know that Jason actually phoned, I talked to him, and he actually phoned 310 line, and I don't think he got anywhere with him, and that was prior. So I don't know. I just, you know, I mean, that's the park's problem to deal with that, not ours. If it was our employees, I could see it, but.
Well, we'll start with Justin and do some correspondence with Justin and Todd and see what we can do.
Like I said, it's a minor thing, but it shows lack of coordination and preparedness. And and then my other comments were for the landfill. And the one thing Shane forgot to mention is that it was a very close vote, but he got to be the new chair. So he's now the chairman of it. And anyways, when he was given the report there, our income for the landfill with the raise of up to $85. Plus, they have a new contract that's coming in. And I can't remember, Shane, the price that they're charging for that asbestos? Pardon me? 170. Yeah, and that will give them, or give us, I should say, 805 or 850, I can't remember, thousand a year income. So we'll be getting that in, and the budget works out to, I think, 1.3. That's if everything was to go through, the loader and all that. There was a lot of discussion about the loader. It was going to cost 75 grand to repair it. And when it was questioned, it turned out that the loader had been, this problem had been since 2008. So I'm not sure why it took so long, but anyways, it has. But I think when people ask them, well, the new cell has to be done, like Shane was saying, because the old one will run out at the end of 24. So this new one has to be started early 24. And I know Tara Lynn was there and Shannon got together and they're working on the financing, how it's going to come out, and we'll get a report, I'm hoping, by January, February by then. And I don't know, they didn't have the figures on how long this new cell was going to last.
Roughly 15 years.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
and I know some of the problem, just being new on that board in the last 2 years, has been old staff that is no longer there. That kind of got us into this mess over the years with Calgary and with equipment and with the compost. But I got to say that I really believe that it's getting dealt with slowly but surely, and there's new staff in, and they have a new CAO now who really seems good and really wants to work with Cypress. So I think you're going to see more changes come. That's it.
Okay. Shane?
In my report, I forgot to add that I don't know when to do it, but I want to make a motion when we come out for staff to write a letter to Alberta, to the Minister of Environment, because what's happening out at Red Cliff along Highway 1, Old Trans-Canada Highway, with the neighbors dumping their sewer on top of the ground, and it's seeping into the neighbor's driveway. They have contacted Alberta Environment numerous times, and they're, it just, like they said, it seems like they talk about, well, we got to protect the environment, but when it comes down to enforcement, they're not doing nothing. And I drove in there today, it's flowing above ground again. And I know all of us here, if that sewer was flowing onto our property, we'd be a little stinky about it. But I just feel we have to go. They've tried the Lethbridge area, the local environment officers out of Lethbridge, nothing's happening, that we got to go a step above.
So should we do a letter, or should we just get staff to look into it and bring back suggestions on how to do it?
We've been in contact with Safety Codes. Safety Codes is the main driver, and Alberta Environment, and this has been going on for some time. Safety Codes deals with them, and then they say they fix the problem, and it's good for what, 2 months? Not even. And then they start pumping above ground again. So Safety Codes has, Safety Codes want us to do all the inspections and want us to do all the work. So that is through municipal affairs, and they need to be the ones enforcing for it. So I would appreciate actually a letter from council to them. Because we've spent, tens of hours on, like lots, just on this one file.
Okay. I just didn't want to step on you guys if you hadn't looked.
Yeah, no, in this case, Mr. Chairman, there's been lots of, we've been on them the best we can, because we don't have any authority. And plus, the effluent is starting to leach into our ditch.
Okay.
It would, yeah.
Keith and then Michelle.
So just I have a couple of quick questions. On this first cell that's filling up,
We'll talk about that. We got to go on camera for some other stuff.
okay, no problem.
Michelle?
Was this from, oh, through the chair, was this through, is it a house or a business that's leaching all this sewer?
It's a house.
Okay, I missed that, thank you.
It's right on the corner there by the Silver Creek. Yeah.
Oh,
that's
okay, okay, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the reports? Lloyd?
One thing I forgot was when I asked about this new litter picker, if it was, how it was gonna work in the ditches. And they said, oh, not a problem, and you just have to watch the pavement. And I have to give our chair credit. He graciously said that, well, if you chip it, don't worry, we got a machine that can fix it for you.
At whose cost?
All right, since the comedian has that, he's moving the reports. Any questions? Vote.
That was a gooder.
That's carried. 9.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The heavy duty equipment purchase, our Director of Public Works is going to speak on this item.
Yeah, through the chair, in front of you here is a recommend for decision to purchase 3 Western Star trucks equipped with stainless steel hoppers and 2-way plows as quoted by the low bid provided by Viking. And I put a little bit of history. We were to purchase these in 2002. And I explained it a little bit last meeting, but we deferred this purchase because it was 16 months out on the when we would get them due to the supply chain issues that they were having at the time. So we did look at this again. They firmed up the delivery of this equipment up to about 6 months now. So we're pretty much at the same point in that regard. The quoted price for the low bid was $413,957 for the stainless steel option, and we looked at 2 options: steel box and hopper, and stainless steel hopper. We switched the previous trucks to stainless steel, and they're performing really well. And this is a change in the industry altogether. Like Volker Steven, they're switching to stainless steel boxes now. What we're going to see is the life of that asset extending on. Well, it's still in the trial stage, but we're estimating to 3 to 5 years. So we'd be taking these units off and putting them on the different tractor trailer. So because they were over budget, I did noted that they were 2% over the estimate using the stainless steel option at $8,957 for each unit, each of the 3 units. So the ask here today is to approve the purchase of the stainless steel option for the box for the complete unit to the low bid Viking.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Makes sense if it's going to last longer. You're getting 3 to 5 years out of it. Dustin?
Through the chair, what series of stainless are these boxes made out of? Are they 200, 300 series stainless? Can you answer that or no?
Through the chair, I can't answer that. I don't want to speculate, but it is thicker, and from the performance of the ones that we have.
Not so. It's not so much about gauging. It's just about the type of stainless it is that I was more curious on, because they have different characteristics of how they hold up to things, so.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd have to get back to you on that detail.
If you wouldn't mind, just out of my curiosity.
Richard?
No, I was just going to make the motion. I think it's great. Yeah, stainless steel is definitely the way to go. Dustin, I can appreciate your curiosity on there. There's probably not a bunch of choices in the stainless steel. It's what the industry has come up with, and I think it's a great idea. Good job.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
So I guess this would align our fleet now then, because we've redone the others. So would this change how we turn them over? Like, are we gonna stay with the 3 and 3, or we'll be able to back it off to maybe 2? Or what's your thought down the road?
This is a good example of asset management. Every year we look at the kilometers and the use of the vehicle and the condition, but the way they're set up now, they are lined up in 3s. So the ones in the past and 3. So right now they're lined up that way. Down the future, but that can change, and we can look at staggering them out if we're finding that we can extend the life of the asset, or maybe we replace a transmission or something that we were able to, push that off for a year. So we're definitely looking at that as we go through the years.
Thanks for that clarification and answer.
Any other questions? Not seeing any? Vote. I'm gonna do it again. What the heck? Michelle? Okay, that's carried. All right. Lane's making a motion to go in camera.
Sure.
Vote. Michelle, Richard. Okay, that's carried. It's probably the operator. Well, if it's up like that right now, and I say vote, it's gotta change over. It was too fast for the first time. Blaine did, yeah.
I did.
We're good now?